Hello, welcome, and a very good afternoon from the Super Saturday. Welcome from Minor League 2025. We are here at AC Park 1 to have a very crucial and important game between St. Louis Americans versus Chicago Kingsmen. It has been an intricate points table for the Central Zone for the 2025 minor league cricket. We've had some rain washouts where the points table has looked interesting halfway through the stage, and the positions are like this for both the teams. Sixth position is for St. Louis Americans, and whereas Chicago Kingsmen, the team which has won, they've been invincibles for 2024. They've won on the trot. They had a winning streak, winning the finals without losing any game in 2024 season. They find a spot at the fourth position. They must be looking to win this game and move up points table because it's just going to get interesting, and you'll have to be at other teams' mercy if you are losing any games from here. Two games, four games played by Chicago Kingsmen. Two of them resulted in drawn. Two games washed out by rain, and one game that losing game against Kings 11 Dallas must have been a hard pill for them to swallow. Was a tight game. They must have thought 10, 15 runs on board. They might have won the game, but nevertheless, the outcome not going in the favor of Chicago Kingsmen. And one game that they've won against the Xphoria. And whereas for St. Louis Americans, on the contrary, they've beaten Kings 11 Dallas, where the Kingsmen failed to deliver their best performance and lost against the Lone Star Athletics by 28 runs. Those are the two games where we could have the results out on the cards. But whereas for the other two games in total, four played by St. Louis Americans, two were washed out by rain. It's unfortunate, but it looks out to be a beautiful, warm, sunny day out there at AC Park, and it should be a full game on for us. We've got the officials, Srinivas Chira and Ajay Lal, who will be officiating the game today for us. The news from the center will be that St. Louis Americans winning the toss and electing to bat first. Momentarily, we'll be telling you if there are any changes in the squad for both the teams from their previous games that they were successfully able to play.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
This is where we are, and it looks like Ziaul Haq will be opening the bowling attack for Chicago Kingsmen. It's the conventional bowler for them. Last year, he was partnering along with Ehsan Adil, who's moved out to Dallas Xphoria Giants this season. They've been a remarkable team 2024 all season, the Chicago Kingsmen. Not easy in a tight table of minor league cricket to win every game and then go on and win the finals. They made it look so easy. Huge expectations that were set on Chicago Kingsmen even for this year. On your screen, you've got the very experienced Noman Anwar, and if you're against a quality side like Chicago Kingsmen, this is the man you'd want your team to open. And alongside with him will be the very young, talented Arya Kananta, who scored 76 runs against Dallas Kings 11. His knock was crucial to help the St. Louis Americans solidify their win in the points table. Wasn't Noman Anwar's day, but the young bloke Arya Kananta made sure he kept going. Some spectators at the ground should be a decent one to enjoy. Got good experience under his belt. Noman Anwar plays a lot of cricket around. He scored 1,024 runs in 36 matches, and what is more important is to look out for his strike rate. Whereas for Ziaul Haq, the veteran from Pakistan, played Pakistan under 19, was a part of Pakistan A setup. We are ready for the very first ball. Right away, shot of the length, and no second invitations needed. And there's that question from Ramiz Raja, the wicketkeeper. What was that? And that's going to be a boundary to pick up for Noman Anwar. A positive start. Not the one for the bowling team that you like your bowler to pitch the ball up. That's a half tracker. Got into position extremely well. You can see that bounce, cries of catches, dropped, popped out of his hands. The fielder at third man would have been a chance. They might have thought to get rid of Noman Anwar. Take a look at that. Nowhere near that. Tries to slash it away. Gets there. Gets his hands. And popping out of his hands right at the very end. First ball four and a drop chance at Ziaul Haq's bowling. Plays for Texas Super King. And you can make it out of your screen that this man will be able to get some good bounce on any surface. His height, his angle. Worked around the leg side. A very natural angle for Ziaul Haq to get the ball into the right hander as an in swinger that you would call. And what about that dropped catch that Noman Anwar was dropped on? Let's see if he'll make the bowlers and the fielders pay for the mistake that they've made. Dropped on 4 runs. That's running away. That's running away, whistling to the boundary. That's hit hard with some confidence in him. That's the boundary that you're seeing on the replay. Noman Anbar tried scoring. Looks like while there was a little interruption, we apologize for the interruption. And Ziaul Haq looks like he's got his revenge. Quality ball. Quality ball to welcome the new batter onto the crease. That'll be the over.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
And it is Arnav Jam who was called on early after the loss of wicket of Noman Anwar. Would have expected that his experience he would hang a bit around, but Ziaul Haq, just his regular day at office, that he comes in, dropped on 4 runs, says, you know what, I've got a better plan. I'll get him on the next one. Ghulam Mudassir against Arnav Jam. This is an excellent setup from Chicago Kingsmen. You could have seen few video clips from the owner of Chicago Kingsmen that he mentioned that he's trying to create the environment, safe space for the players that they can cultivate that sort of environment, good mental space, and quality cricket for their players to play. And it's not easy for them to even manage the amount of talent this team has got. Should be a difficult task, but what Hamad Azam is making it seem very easy, the way he's handling the skill set of the players from Chicago Kingsmen, what they offer. Right on the money between the stumps, and smart to pick a run off it. With that experienced wicket gone of Noman Anwar, this has been a question for St. Louis Americans that the runs have been coming in the middle order. It's the strike rate that has put a question on the intent of the batting. Runs it hard, plays on the up. Will have to stay there on the crease. And when I say intent, it's just not bringing your bat in front of the ball. It does mean that what they've been trying to do from past season is something struggled a bit to rotate the strike. We've seen in the games have come close for St. Louis Americans in 2024. Played nicely, soft hands, and good running between the wickets, especially with a new addition into the team, Ghulam Mudassir, who's bowling alongside with Ziaul Haq. Last year it was Ehsan Adil, having a tendency, a bowler who could swing ball both ways. Is Ghulam Adil, who's hitting the deck hard, You'd want to maintain the pressure on the opposition, especially in this power play. Fiery delivery from Ghulam Mudassir for Arya Kananta. Calls it as a wide. Wasn't just the keeper who was involved to help the ball. It was also the slip fielder Tajinder Singh. Plays up. Where has this gone? Looks like he's cleared the infield and just falling short to reach the fence. And that'll be 2 runs. End of 2 overs, 15 for 1.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
A lot of players in Kingsmen, formerly playing for Pakistan under 19, Pakistan National Bank, Lahore Qalandars as well, Ziaul Haq played for. Left-hander, very natural angle that he brings the ball into the right-hander. He's played 19 matches for the Major League Cricket for Texas Super Kings. 14 wickets and his best bowling figure in Major League Cricket, 3 wickets for 16. Slightly on the higher side on the economy with 8.34. But he's able to get the job done for the captain. And all eyes would be on this man, Arya Kananta. An experienced side where his knock has come from against the Dallas Super Kings. 76 runs, he's batted over the strike rate of 130. There has been new addition bowlers being bought into the side of St. Louis Americans. Sky high has gone up, running behind the ball is not going to be an easy one. Does well to keep the ball inside the rope. Will be 2 runs. There's intent from Arya Kananta. It speaks volumes of the game plan he has. Clearly confident. They're not shaken by that wicket loss of Noman Anwar. Picks up beautifully there, and is gonna go. Pace will surely help that ball to go for magnificent 6 runs. What a shot that is. Just look at him clearing that front leg, picking up, and goes into the fence. What a shot. Too full. And you might be a veteran, but to a talent like this, if you're pitching it up, you'll have to be very careful if there's no swing, especially when Zia's got a tendency to get the ball into the right hander to the wickets. That's not going to trouble Arya anywhere. Shot ball gets into position early and says 6 runs, joyous 6 runs for Arya Kananta, showing his colors and the variety of shots he carries in his skill set. Reads it well, extremely well, and played it under the bounce. Often you see batters getting uncomfortable at that. Two sixes, Ziaul Haq taken for a walk on Saturday afternoon. The body language, not overly done, not underly done for Arya Kananta, just presenting it right. So respected the good balls. He's driven that in the gap. Should get 2 runs added on to the total. It's been a good over for St. Louis Americans, and that'll be 32 for 1 after 3 overs. When I say we will take a look back at Arya Kananta's batting against a quality side like Kings 11 Dallas, I might have undersold this young man's talent by saying 130 strike rate. I beg your pardon, just to correct it, he batted over 230, to be precise, 230.30. That day on the ground, the viewers and the spectators could have just seen the ball fly across everywhere. 7 4s and 5 6s. 23 matches for Arnav Jam. Bowls handy off spin too. Go straight. Has he connected that well? Yes, he has. Gets 6 more runs. I feel it's going to be a bit short. Yes, the umpire signals it to be a boundary. Not sure if he had good connection out of it, but Ghulam Mudassir's pace does help the ball reach the fence to get 4 runs for Arnav Jam. A good comeback, and he says that go on, just a check delivery, medals around with it. I thought it's just a celebration and was waiting for the signal from the umpire. What a quality ball that is. You will be able to see that on your replay if you're able to get it for you. Just look at that. The channel he used, dug it short, and right there made sure he's poking at that one. Manipulated the batter to play a false shot, gets the wicket. Second one. Ghulam Mudassir gets the second wicket. And after Arnav, it's Adnat Jam who replaces another Jam. Outstanding stuff from Ghulam Mudassir. Made sure the batters forced to poke at that one. That sort of deliveries, you've got no other option. You're just stunned by it. A good ball from Ghulam Mudassir, and For Arnav, he should have been a little bit more watchful for that sort of delivery from him. And this has been the key difference where Ziaul Haq today has been bowling. He's been very sporadic using that 6-7 meter length today on the wicket. And whereas for Ghulam Mudassir, when he dished the ball up to Arnav, gone for a boundary, immediately rectified, was quick to read how the batter was playing. Back at the length, yes and a no, hesitation, slight fumble there. This is the last thing that the St. Louis Americans would be expecting to have a run out, especially where Arya Kananta looks well set. He's able to fully exhibit the shots he has. Number 17 on his jersey. Reminds me of only one player when you see number 17. Has to be the very legendary South African. Punched right there to short covers. And the over will only end with 4 runs for Ghulam Mudassir and a successful from the perspective of bowling side. 36 for 2, 4 overs done.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
In the last over, when I was referring jersey number 17, the fans, rock solid fans of ABD, would be like, there is a comparison. Just for the fans to know, this is no comparison, but a, a reminder that whenever I see number 17 as his greatness that I'm remembered upon. And who can forget the innings that he played against West Indies, A.B. de Villiers? People refer him to be an alien, but it's going to be Sukhjinder Singh. Very controlled off spinner who's very accurate with his line and length. Comes from British Columbia, Canada. Much flatter and quicker than Tajinder Singh. His height is going to be that X factor for him, the release point where he releases his ball from. Arya Kananta being cautious at the moment. Lucky there to get away. That's way too wide. They've lost 2 wickets early on in the power play. The task will be to rebuild from here. The outfield has been a bit surprising. While you see, it does look very dry. Swept, nicely manipulated, and the ball twirls in the air to get 4 runs for Arya Kananta. Moved across, read the line, read the length early on from the bowler. This is what you mean by intent. You'll have to make your shots, you'll have to maneuver it in the gaps. Has he got the distance? Has he got the distance? Couple of bounces will be another boundary. So Jinder Singh treated with 2 boundaries back to back. 2 4s, one with a sweep and with a big slog into long on.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go, build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
The skipper, the frugal one, takes the ball in his hand, Hamad Azam. Straight right there to the fielder. And for Kingsmen, two of their bowlers last year have been in the top eight in the leaderboard, whereas for Hamad Azam, he had pegged 13 wickets with the economy of 5.35. Also contributes with the bat in hand, and a good captain, a good leader to have in the team, especially who leads by an example. Has been a great stint for him with Chicago Kingsmen. Formerly played for Pakistan. Shot. That's gone. Fast hands from Arya Kananta. This has been a trademark from this man on your screen. His fast hands. Just look at that. His ability to read the ball was not too full. He made sure, and not very often you see somebody hitting a fast bowler that slash shot for 6 runs. That's more like a slap. And the key element involved there was his fast hands. He's one of those bowlers who will not take that. Hamad Azam. He's played a lot of cricket, a lot of experience, have also played for Seattle Orcas. Cramping the batter, has picked the gap, pushed it. Oh, what a shot that is. Delightful. You could just say that he's just pushed it in the gap, and the timing was so sweet of this. And soft hands, plays exactly picking the gap, and gets 4 runs. Exquisite. Quality batting from Arya Kananta. Nudged it for one. And this has to be one of those expensive overs from Hamad Azam I've seen in the long time for him. When he bowls in power play, it's usually clean and tidy. This will be a good start for Arya Kananta and St. Louis Americans. Even after losing 2 wickets, they're still able to take the scoreboard, and that'll be the single to end the over. 13 runs coming off from the first over of Hamad Azam, 57 for 2. Sukhjinder Singh to continue. Was much quicker than regular off spinner. left handed, unorthodox. Ball goes away if you're a right hander. But for off spinner bowling to a right hander on your screen, if he's a right hander, usually you'd expect the ball to come come into you. You always have your matchups. You always before the match which bowler you're going to set up, which bowler you're going to put on the batter to make sure you're getting the wickets. You're having that advantage. Looks like there's been a run out here. And the last thing, the fingers are crossed. The fingers will be crossed for the fans of St. Louis Americans. They'd be expecting. I hope it's not Arya Kananta, but the best they would have wanted is none of the batters to be run out here. He's disappointed. He is not happy, and you can certainly say why, because that call is and a single for trading your wicket is just a little bit too much. And it'll be the all-rounder Saif Badr, jersey number 15, who walks out in the middle. And it's at the jump. This has been the new trade-in for the St. Louis Americans. He's been the new person brought into the side, a new setup. Saif Badr playing for Houston Hurricanes last year. And Usman Rafiq has also accompanied with him into the side of St. Louis Americans this year. I was about to bring out a point about Saif Badr. He also plays for the Los Angeles Knight Riders. Is a good hitter down the order. Is very handy with ball. Attempts to play that over the head of the fielder at long on. Last match, last game, last year against Chicago Tigers, his hitting came in handy. Likes to access that leg side, cow corner, deep mid wicket. That has been his strength for a long while. And Sukhjinder Singh playing in minor league cricket. His recent form for the high performance in nationals in Canada has been to eye for. He's been very economical, was able to get wickets as well. 7 overs done, 59 for 3.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
And exactly when we were about to refer to the fielding that has been very ordinary from the Kingsmen today, slightly fumbling, not exactly able to read. We see a run out come in when exactly it was needed. The partnership, Arya Kananta and Adnet Jam, after the departure of yes and a no again. playing with fire. With slight hesitation in their minds, the batters of St. Louis Americans. From last year, Kingsmen, they've been on the money, or they've been on the mark because this passage right there from the power play, when the fielders are scattered, this is where they've managed to stifle the opposition. This is where they've managed to choke them because they've had most amount of dot balls. Would have been a bit early for Saif Badr to come in because played for Islamabad United, Multan Sultans, Pakistan under 19 as well. A lot of players familiar with the game plan, trying to slap away, and he drops his bat while running, and there's 125 Saif Badr's strike rate in Major League Cricket. 13 sixes and 17 fours. Played 15 matches for Lakers. I apologize. Los Angeles Knight Riders. Always that similarity. When you're talking about Los Angeles, one of the great teams in NBA, they had a great time with Phil Jackson, one of the greats of the game. LeBron James from Lakers as well. A lot of prestige when you play for the Los Angeles. There's so much history in that region. End of 8 overs, 65 for 3. It's been only 6 runs. Just a little summary to give you a brief. Whoever joined us recently, St. Louis American winning the toss and electing to bat first. Noman Anwar, who was given a life at 4 runs, was picked up later. And then a run out recently for the last wicket of Arnav Jam, when the Kingsmen would have thought it's been sluggish fielding effort. That's where the run outs pulled out. He smacked that, but will get only one. Arya Kananta, in a blink of an eye, he is racing towards his half century. He's played a good hand. Wickets have fell from one end, but he's made sure the positive comes for the team St. Louis Americans. With him on the crease, smartly change of pace by Sukhjinder Singh. Very smooth in his run up, Sukhjinder. You don't see him do anything way too much, adding the extra effort, does the basics correct. That'll be top edge, running away. We did also mention a point about the outfield looking very rough. It's going to get helpful for the spinners. And with the control Sukhjinder has on the ball, I doubt he would need the ball to get old, but from the perspective of condition, that should give the extra turn. Oh, very near. Saved by a whisker. Arya Kananta turned away. He was playing for the straighter one, and it looks like the wicketkeeper has hurt himself. Let's look at it. Arya Kananta gets lucky there, playing for the straighter one. It turned in sharply, surprising and hitting the keeper. Excellent ball from Sukhjinder Singh, and a much better over compared to the first one, giving it a bit shorter, where Arya Kananta was able to get the ball into that fine leg, square leg region, to mention long leg precisely. Soft hands and gets one. And that'll be the end of ninth over. And you'll see 70 runs on the fall of 3 wickets, steadily rebuilding. And it will be Aryan Satish who will be introduced into the bowling attack. Always a luxury to have a leg spinner. In a T20 game, and hello and welcome Aryan Satish to the crease. With the reverse sweep from Arya Kananta, that takes him to 48 of 30. Has 9 wickets in the 11 matches he's played. They'll fetch a boundary for that one. Was a bit disturbing just to see where the ball was. I thought in a second that the fielder's got it, half tracker, and then he tumbles, thinking where the ball's gone. Chicago Kingsmen, every time they've batted in the first innings, they've managed to put in 100 and score over 150. And in minor league cricket, in the last season and this season as well, they've never been bowled out. It's a very complex points table, and this game is very important here for both the teams from the perspective of St. Louis Americans and the view of Chicago Kingsmen. They've played 4 games, 2 washed out, 1 lost against Dallas Super 11. Half tracker there. It's not the exact line where you'd be expecting if you're the captain from Aryan Satish. Already got a boundary. And then the only positive for the Chicago Kingsmen is their net run rate. That's making sure that they're setting on the fourth position, not the sixth, whereas for the St. Louis Americans, shot. That's half tracker. Had to be punished. Had to be punished there, and he's showing what will be done if he's bowling a loosener. And that brings up his half century as well. Rolls across. He is displaying the array of shots he's got. It's been a remarkable 50 for Arya Kananta. 52 runs in 31 balls, some sixes, fours, and a few quality shots we've seen in this innings. Was out for reverse sweep. End of 10th over, 80 for 3. Currently going at 8 and over. Expensive over from Arjun Satish. We'll have a drinks break and we'll be back momentarily. That'll be the end of over. 13 for 5, 92 on board.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
Hi, and Satish. He's having a good outing here at ACAC Park. He's been brilliant with the change of paces on the ball. Let's take a visit back to the ball he's bowled to Kananta, where his eyes lit up. His ball everything uppish, flighted, and the very ball he bowls slightly shorter. Kananta's eyes light up, saying, "You know what? Let me capitalize onto that one." But that's where he made the difference, putting some more extra clicks on that one, and that'll run away. Fielder Sukhjinder Singh able to cut that one out. It's where he is smartly changed his pace to pick the wicket of Kananta. Some dissatisfaction from Satish. It looked like there was some bat involved. The umpire nodding his head, saying has missed, definitely missed his bat or glove. As a team, as Chicago Kingsmen, this gets you utmost luxury when your bowlers are able to pick wickets for you in quick succession. They're very consistent with the line and length they're using, and with Sukhjinder's addition as well in the team, not every time as a bowler you're able to get wickets for your team, but something you can do every time you come to bowl is exactly sticking to the plan. You might not be able to get the wicket every day, but the difference maker is the pressure that you put on the opposition, not letting them score easy runs on you. And that makes the job easy, on the other hand, for your fellow bowlers, because this is a team sport. When we talk about team sports, this is important that you're bonding, how well you're binding with your teammates. Excellently bowled from Arjun Satish. Munir Kakar trying to find his rhythm. Pushed in the gap. And with the fall of wicket as well, you could see run rate sliding down to 7.16, whereas we were touching the distance from the fans of St. Louis Americans with 8 and over, almost 8 and over, and we were having conversation about how would you be able to put on a total over 160. And that single brings on 100 for St. Louis Americans. 14 overs done, 100 for 5 wickets. Exactly on 100, 14 overs, 6 more overs remain here for St. Louis Americans to get as many runs as they can. They've got overs remaining from Ziaul Haq, Ghulam Mudassir, also Hamad Azam. The inclusion of Hassan Mohsen, who's very young to the team, also new, clipped away, pushing hard. I'm also surprised that the first run, when it's taken quick, why is there no pressure put on the fielders for the second run? Because this is a big ground when you're playing. Getting back to the point of Hassan Mohsen, who's new to the team, they're trying to groom him exactly what the plan, the culture, the environment of the team is, and with the freedom, when I say the team gets when the bowlers are doing exactly sticking to the plan and knowing what the basics are. When you've got a new bowler and the introduction, how Hamad Azam introduced Hassan Mohsen in the between, in the middle of the overs, not exactly when he's new, giving him the new ball, just tries the team and the captain to identify what his strengths are. Sky high. That's way, way up in the sky and should be a good catch. An excellent catch. The sun poking on your face, not an easy one. Rolls his fingers on that one, bowling to Munir Kakar, slows while it comes onto his bat, gets no pace and nowhere near to the fence. Fielder running in, collects a good catch in the end. Munir Kakar goes disappointed after making 5 runs, facing 13 balls. That's another wicket for St. Louis Americans. Aryan Satish to continue in his final over. Face it out for one. And when Abhimanyu Labba, the captain of the team, when he would have been walking to the crease, he would wonder how even did we land in a spot when we were strongly thinking of over 160, over 160 plus, and now we're struggling with 6 wickets down. Hacked away. And you can also feel in the body language of the batters, the captain and Vinakota, Ujjwal Vinakota on the crease, the effort is for just one. They're very comfortable, very proactive when Kananthan was on the crease alongside Saif Badr too. And then after that, things have slid away from them. Wickets falling quickly has been blaring concern for St. Louis Americans. Swept away, and boundaries have also dried up. It's been almost 5 overs, the last boundary we've seen from. Good facility here at ACAC Park. They've got some nets, and you could see the talent practicing. Bright and sunny day. There's nice breeze for the spectators to enjoy. And every ball has been a single. Arjun Satish, after doing his job, 4 overs, and that'll be the end of day for him with 27 runs and 2 wickets. 16 overs done, 108 for 6.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
I, I will be interested to see if there will be an allocation of one more over for Hassan Mohsen by Hamad Azam, because 16 overs, they've got overs of Ziaul Haq as well, who's been expensive today. Got a wicket of Noman Anwar, was dropped. Flies away, flies away to third man, will just be one, especially with that ball dished up to Kanantan. It's still there in my memory that how he clears his front leg and takes on Ziaul Haq for a big six. And I think that was one of the big sixes out of the lot. Play and a miss. No footwork from Lamba. 140, at least 150, you'd think, as fans and the viewers of St. Louis Americans. But for you who've just joined, we were strongly at 8 and over. Goes big, goes high. Is the distance there? The outreach, the hand stretching of Hassan Mohsen even cannot get the ball. He struck it well. He's put that in the gap. Pitched up. Same error from Ziaul Haq from his first play of game where he was bowling 2 overs, over pitching the ball to the batter, which has not worked for him. 32 runs so far. This is his third over. Much better, pulling his length back, adjusting. And why I say the reason I'd like to see Hassan Mohsin getting one more over is because he's fairly new to the team. And what he's done, you could see Hamad Azam being very proactive while he was bowling. Takes the leading edge. There's some intent here. They're trying to press on the gas, getting to at least 150 because this is a very strong side in batting. Chicago Kingsmen. You need a good total. If not, have some extraordinary bowlers. Even if not extraordinary, someone who can stick to the basics and trouble the batters. Picked away. Seventeen overs done, 115 for 6. Ghulam Mudassir picked up a wicket today with an economy of 4.50. He runs in hard. You could see the effort he's putting in when he runs. Was a regulation catch for Ramiz Raja behind the stumps when he got Arnav Jam, who was looking to be the aggressor. Bowl, bowl into the stumps, fourth and fifth line. Gets the bottom part of the bat, man at long on, and will be a run. I fairly think that Hassan Mohsin should be getting one more over because he's bowled 2 overs and he's got 7 dot balls out of the 12 balls he's bowled and got a wicket too on his name. And the block hole sent downtown. They reach 120 with 2 more overs and 2 balls remain from here for the St. Louis Americans. A total, definitely, they'll reach on St. Louis Americans, but I'm not sure how happy they will be with the amount and the type of effort they've put in. It's been a downhill job for them. Things have been very different after the wicket of Kananthan. There was a partnership that was prospering between Saif Badr and him. And when we down on knee, fielder there, exactly bowling exactly to his field, Ghulam Mudassir. 7 of the over from Ghulam Mudassir. That'll be 18 runs, 122 for 6. Last boundary, just to give you some stats, last boundary before Lumbers scored, it was in 11th over, then came in the 17th over, where he hit Ziaul Haq for 4 runs into that deep mid wicket. Picks up, and he's picked up the man. It's Hassan Mohsin, and there are claps from Ziaul Haq. You usually see him celebrating, but not the type of the day. It's been a little expensive, but gets the wicket of Unnikota. The fielder didn't have to move an inch, picks up, and Hassan Mohsen, doing the job, gets his long arms up in the air. That'll be the innings for Ujjwal Vinnakota. The run rate for St. Louis American started dipping from 12th over, where they lost 2 wickets in that very over. That was detrimental. And Usman Rafiq, another player from Houston Hurricanes this year, bought into the side of St. Louis Americans. Paul bowled wide and well from Ziaul Haq. Just trying to get his stats better in his final over. Goes high, not long enough. Fielders circling, and a catch taken. Well executed. Inside the circle, the captain collects a good catch to dismiss. There it is. Into the wicket was full. His bat turning from his hands. There were two fielders converging. Hamad Azam calls his call, collects the wicket. Will be a third wicket that should lighten up the day and make it lighter for Ziaul Haq after leaking some runs. Usman Rafiq departs after facing the second ball. And five extras only so far we've seen in this innings. Four wides and a leg by. That too, I think the wide, four wides you're considering as the two runs that the St. Louis Americans have run. Wicket dot and a wicket. Eight wickets gone for St. Louis Americans, and it has been a complete collapse from the 12th over for St. Louis Americans. In the air, the sweeper does the job. Now, when anybody who joins in just now, just a reminder that the St. Louis Americans have won the toss and they were chosen to bat first. And when we were talking about the target to be set up over 160 or at least 160, people would think, or the viewers would think, that this is a complete different game now after losing eight wickets. And for a refresher, when they go back and before 12th over, they would think the batting team, they were in a very strong hold, getting boundary every over, and it just seemed flawless for them. And the 12th over that happens, the breakthrough Aryan Satish gets, that has changed the complete flow and the swing of the game. End of 19th over, 124 for 8. Ghulam Mudassir in the final over, two wickets away. Chicago Kingsmen to bowl out the Americans. Straight, not exactly where the batter would have thought of hitting it. Smiles from Tajinder Singh, his fellow teammate. Just a little play and wobbling the ball. 126, two batters that remain. The tail is definitely exposed for the Americans. Now, five balls, and what is the max that the team would think might impose on? A good ball, a very good ball from Ghulam Mudassir, but the fortune in the favor of the batter. That's exactly blinded, batter blinded by that delivery. Keeper skipping it, even his jump cannot get it. Too quick, Ghulam Mudassir on this occasion. Gone up, gone high, fielder running, and looks like it's just gonna fall short of him. What an excellent effort. Right there, he was stationed at the boundary. He's covered most of the ground, and the ball just falls short. If the ball could have hung in the air for a little bit of more time, a second or two, he made his ground. What an effort. Full marks for the effort made. Back of the length, change of pace, the keeper skipping. Ramiz Raja. They'll collect any run, every run from here, St. Louis Americans. He's had a tough day today, especially the ball turning on Sukhjinder's bowling, hit him on his hand, and then now this one. Got a feel for the keeper. Times keepers make it so easy behind the wickets. We tend to forget. It's more about they being the bird's eye for the team, seeing where the batter is. He's hit on the chest. Must have been quick. The pace Mudassar's been putting on. It's definitely hit him. And very uncomfortable. Seems like he's wheezing. Final two balls that remain. You got to feel for the batting of St. Louis Americans because they were in a strong hold until the 12th over. That magical ball bowled by Aryan Satish has completely changed the outlook of the game. And exactly with the same points, these two teams in the points table of Central Division, exposing his stumps, moves across, just wants to get over with. Ramiz Raja, just indicating that he's moved and that ball sharply hitting him on his chest. Captaincy has been top notch from Hamad Azam. Cleaned up. And the Bales sing a song with lighting up. It's all lights down, curtains down for the batting of St. Louis Americans here. Playing across the line, reading it wrong. Ghulam Mudassir does it rest. 132 for 9, a wicket away before being bowled out. St. Louis Americans, 20 overs done. And Chicago Kingsmen needing 133 to win this game. What a bowling effort this has been from Ghulam Mudassir. Back of the length and bowling into the middle. And just pegs on the stump. Hard day for most of the batters except for Kananthan for his well-made half-century. Just to give you a glimpse of the scorecard, if you can. It was Noman Anwar who was dropped at 4, and then well-made 50 of Arya Kananthan, 57 of 36. Then it was the captain Lamba who scored 18 runs of 16, and Vinakota with 15 and 17 handy runs coming in. Ziaulak, he's definitely has been expensive but picked up 3 wickets. On the other hand, his fellow bowler Ghulam Mudassir proven out to be economical, and Aryan Satish changing out by picking the wicket of Kananthan. And we shall join you shortly after the innings break, where the Kingsmen will be batting.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
Jatin, coach asked you to help also.
This is a small way to help, right?
I'll trade the MLC ball for Sydney. I'll trade the MLC ball for Sydney. Okay. Wait, so do I own it? Today, Garb owns you now.
Last year. I used last year's one. It's the same design. You know, last year. Yeah. Just technology. Nice, Josh. Guys, just please watch the wire.
ठीक है मैं फिर आपको बताऊंगा जब रिप्लेस
हाँ वो ओवर के बीच में करोगे लाइक ये क्यों हाँ कर मैं इसको मैं चार्ज कर ठीक है ये छोटी बैटरी है I want to be able to be comfortable doing this and then I'll do reverse catch up there. Also do it.
थैंक यू
Hello and welcome back to innings number second from the match between the St. Louis Americans and Chicago Kingsmen. Require 133 to win for Chicago Kingsmen. And it'll be the very explosive opener Ramiz Raja for Chicago Kingsmen, who will be opening alongside with Raj Singh. Two matches and 9 runs for Raj Singh. Whereas for Ramiz Raja, plethora of experience. He's played cricket in Pakistan, was side of under 19 side. Also represented franchise cricket for Quetta Gladiators. Pat's had a decent strike rate, 125, but no half measures. He's not hesitant as an opener. Is that what you want? The solid start with experience is this man on your screen, Ramiz Raja, ready to face Abhimanyu Lamba. Getting good carry off the surface for Abhimanyu Lamba. Gave a good start against Dallas Kings 11. Ramiz Raja scored 44 runs in 33 balls, 133 his strike rate, two sixes. Gives the shimmy and then not shy. That'll be the first boundary of the game for Ramiz Raja and Chicago Kingsmen. Way too wide, flexes his muscle. No protection, having power play, only two fielders inside the circle. You can see that with him. Doesn't like to hold up, doesn't like to wait. Disturbance in front of the side screen. You always can feel there's a shot coming, having 3 4 balls dot for Ramiz Raja. Right there on the pads, there's a cry appeal. An umpire definitely not interested. Just wait for the official confirmation if there's any bat involved in that. Bowls in, angles in, and gets on the pad. Yep, there's some bat involved in it. Else the keeper would have been very interested as well. It's just the bowler going after the umpire, appealing. Also made his debut against Zimbabwe. Ramiz Raja. 2011. That's when he played his first game against Zimbabwe, international cricket for Pakistan. Hundred and 27 runs which are required. And Pranay Balaji, there's been a change in the opening order. And disappointed. Abhimanyu Lamba, there's something. Umpire not happy. Definitely in the over. Has been repetitive now for the players to concentrate. There's movement, constant movement. It's the concentration down from the batters and the bowlers. All that work they decide, the preparation prior to every ball. Can see movement sharply getting onto the bat of Ramiz Raja. Wanted to cut it away, bounce. It's getting decent. Abhimanyu Lamba. And it's essential that they understand that they haven't got much runs on the board. They need early breakthrough here to win this game from Chicago Kingsmen. Well bowled between the stumps and they pick a run. That'll be end of first over, 7 runs without any loss of wicket.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Frat Singh, who will be taking his mark on the other side, will wait for his chance to come as it's still Ramiz Raja. Nasir Jamali to continue from the other end. Will give support to Abhimanyu, the captain of the team, St. Louis Americans. 6.63 every over that is needed to win for Chicago Kingsmen. It's been something today with the starts when Abhimanyu was starting as well, then Rami's not being ready. Then it was the disturbance from side screen, and now Nasir Jamali's first over. Very first ball. Played straight. It's hit in the gap. Will get a run. And the last thing this partnership would want to have is a run out. It's like in the game between the Dallas Kings 11 Dallas and Chicago Kingsmen, where Pranay Balaji and Ramiz running into each other, colliding, and Pranay Balaji had to depart. That was terrible, terrible collision between them. Could have been even worse. Either one of them being hurt, not being able to play the season. Runouts usually considered a pain for the batter because you wouldn't be disappointed as much as a run out if the wicket is taken by the bowler. If he's bowled extremely well and picks up your wicket, you'll give that credit to the batter. But the coordination and a wrong call, it always hurts you as a batter. And what's more is it also hurts the team. We saw that in the first innings with the run out of Adnet Jam, where they needed a partnership. The game completely changed, completely swing in the favor of Chicago Kingsmen from 12th over in the first innings. First 12 overs were ecstatic for the St. Louis Americans. They would have thought that they might have scored at least, put on a total of 160, but here they remain at 132 after losing 9 wickets. Looking to find the rhythm, and this is the right opportunity to put some pressure on Raj Singh, fairly new in the setup of Chicago Kingsmen. Picked away and picked up beautifully. That's some shot. Great body balance by Raj Singh. It's half length, knowing where the fielders are. Picked his spot beautifully. And looks like that'll be 6 runs. Yeah, there was a confirmation from the umpire and get 6 runs on board. Over the run rate, what is required is 6.55, currently heading at 7.64 in the second over. Got 7 runs again. Had 7 runs on the first one with a ball spared from Nasir Jamali right over the head of the umpire. That's drilled down and collected well. 2 runs, and that'll be the end of second over. 16 runs after 2 overs.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
Ominous signs for the St. Louis Americans. They need wicket. And it seems that we'll have a change in the bowling. Muhammad Ilyas to replace Abimanyu Lamba. Maybe Abimanyu thinking that he may be coming on from the other end instead of Nasir Jamali. 117 that are needed for Chicago Kingsmen. We've spoken in the first innings about how strong the batting lineup is for them. 2024 has been the year, a memorable year for the Chicago Kingsmen, winning game after game, getting into the finals, and lifting that silverware of minor league cricket. Outstanding performances given in season 2024. Chasing a fly, I suppose, Ramiz Raja. It's been a difficult day for him. Was stuck on his hand behind the stumps, and then Ghulam Mudassir bowling that in the final over. Got hit in his chest, over the head, clears in field. Couple of bounces trickling into the fence, and a solid shot from Ramiz Raja. Just giving himself a bit of room, running down, and yes, able to absorb and get maximum out of the ball. One of the games, the Chicago Kingsmen were chasing a total close to 140. They managed to score that and complete the game within 14 overs, and that'll be bruised. And some salts there for the bowler and his confidence because that flies down to the third man very fine to where the fielder was. Looks like he's played it deliberately using his wrist there. Very fine of the fielder. And four more runs. Things not going correct for the St. Louis Americans so far. That run rate climbing right on its feet, and it won't be long before it's out of their hands if they don't get a wicket here. And it should be the wicket of the experienced Ramesh Raja. Picked up marvelously in the gap. Played it soft and good effort in the end, and the deep saves 2 runs for the team here when needed the most. 10 runs coming off 4 balls from Elias's bowling. 6.17 required, 107 to win for Chicago Kingsmen. Back at the length, and he's not going to miss on to those. That's just a pure gift and a pure bliss to watch Ramiz Raja move in full groove. Look at that. Holds it back, going down, gets the bat, and marvelous runs here scored by him. 4 runs. What a stylish shot. Just doesn't try to overhit the ball, just stroking it exactly where it's needed. The ball remains. 14 runs coming. A big over in the power play for Chicago Kingsmen. Going down the leg. Will have to re-bowl, and he's not happy. Thought he could have picked up. Very risky. You can see him how he uses the wrist on the very ball he scored fine of the third man on that boundary. You can make out how well he's able to use his wrist, able to put them to use. Slashed away. What an effort here. What an effort here inside the circle. Saving a couple of runs at least with the team for St. Louis Americans. That'll be the end of third, 31 for no loss.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
They've been a very formidable side, and it's been disappointing for the fans of Kingsmen that the game's raining out, especially after the loss of the Dallas against Dallas. It's just not that. I think those 130 runs scored against Dallas, Kings 11 Dallas, remind them of their tour to Northern Territory cricket in Australia. Cries, appeals, everyone coming around the umpire, and will be just a leg by. I say that 130 is more scarring when they lost to Kings 11 Dallas is because they were touring Chicago Kingsmen to Australia for the Northern Territory games where Bangladesh and Nepal were also invited. by Cricket Australia, and this team was there, Chicago Kingsmen, and they were very, very close to finals to go against Perth Scorchers. And then sky high, skewed up, fielder settling. Will he be able to take it? And yes, he does. A catch nowhere near to the ball. Ramiz Raja on this occasion departs after making 22 for 13 and they get the wicket. And it's the wicket of the experienced Ramiz Raja. Look at that. Not near to the line of the ball. Just throws his bat. Gets bottom of the bat. No flow there. No distance there. Just gets the elevation. And a wicket. St. Louis Americans need to land a few more punches here to Chicago Kingsmen and their batting lineup if they want to roll back in the game. Does look like Saad Ali, who's going to replace Ramiz Raja, usually comes out in the middle after the fall of first wicket. Very skillful, Sayed Saad Ali in the middle order and does the job of binding the middle order for Chicago Kingsmen. The team, he has been one of those names in 2024. His batting has been the talks in the league. 288 scored with a strike rate of 138. Is very dependable as a middle order batter, and it's his wicket that you would be looking to get after Ramiz Raja. That experience, those shots, his selection, high quality from this batter, left handed. With that, continues. This has been a challenge for the teams to switch to the task is to deal with the right hand left hand combination against this unit, making those adjustments as bowler. Very first ball to Saad Ali. Getting back to the conversation about 130, the match that was lost against Kings 11 Dallas must be more scarring. Nicked in, what a delivery. It requires a special delivery. Perfection here. Pleasing to eyes from Abhimanyu Lamba. That's the joy. They are gleeful here. St. Louis Americans talking about his dependency. Not today. He's pulled out the magic card. What a take here from the keeper. No mistakes, no half measures. The captain is on a hat trick here. Remarkable delivery from Abhimanyu Lamba. 2 and 2 gets Ramiz Raja, man with experience, and the glue. Saad Ali, he just scraps him out with his quality bowling. What a ball. Had to be a special delivery to dismiss this batter on the very first golden duck. Saad Ali gone. What a ball. Not sure if we can have another look at the replay, how this was bowled. Beautifully set up from Abhimanyu Lamba. Wow. You can just say wow at that delivery when he bowled to Saad Ali. And the keeper, it was not an easy take. He diving onto his left, he completing the catch, didn't lose his balance. And a gleeful side. St. Louis Americans, they still have that belief that slightest of the ray popping out of the dark clouds is given by the captain himself. The captain believes, does the team in themselves, and suddenly those two wickets, you'll see a different body language, a difference in the movement of the fielders, more energy, more enthusiasm. They knew that the total was low, but the two wickets, 2 and 2 for Abhimanyu Lamba, that will change the momentum of the game. He gets not a short leg exactly. Bolton has got a hat trick. Can you believe that? What a ripper. What a man, Abhimanyu Lamba. I would just say bowling is just the mark of exclamation. You've got no words. Pure perfection. What a delivery. And he's got Pranav Balaji. This is experience from Abhimanyu Lamba. And who could have been if not this skipper? What a wicket, what a perfect ball, right in the block hole. They are over the moon here. First one was Ramiz Raja, second one Saad Ali, and then cleans up Balaji with the wicket. Two catches. Just look at that. Balaji in pressure. That cannot go perfect. That is darted, lasered in from Abhimanyu Lamba. That has to be ball of the match, Yorker of the game. What a player. 3 and 3, three reds, putting pressure onto the Kingsmen. Hat trick. We don't see often bowlers picking up a hat trick, and he does it when it was needed the most. Exactly when you'd see the farmer looking up to the sky for rain, and he has been the rainmaker, Abhimanyu Lamba.
ओके ओके अभी तो कभी नहीं होने वाली ये
And is it the St. Louis Americans? Will they be able to complete the harvest today of the seeds the captain sowed?
दो कर रहे हैं
It's the hard work. Three balls is put in. First one thrown at Ramiz Raja. He's just thrown his bat away from his smartly bowled, not moving across, not using the width of the crease. Gets the catch inside the circle. The second one was gem of a delivery. And when I thought that nothing can get better, the viewers, the spectators, they get treat to the eyes with the Yorker. There's a cry, there's a yes and a dreaded finger. He is unstoppable here. Can you have any more words here for Abhimanyu Lamba? 4 wickets, not very often, rarity. This is a rare breed of the bowler. 4 wickets he gets. This is rare view on your screens. Right there, the umpire says there's cries, everyone. The fielder inside the helmet, he's jubilant. He's running across, and the captain cannot believe. High fives everywhere. Chicago Kingsmen in tempestuous position right now. 4 wickets, 32, 4 wickets for Abhimanyu Lamba, replacing Nasir Jamali. Made the right move, played well, and the team, look at them. They are binded together. The captain, what he has done has brought everyone, their energy levels, their confidence soaring high. Wow, just a run, that too in leg by. There's a question from the batter saying, where is that going, umpire? And the umpire showing him the way where he has to go. Wow, what a turnout this has been. This is phenomenal bowling from Abhimanyu Lamba. He's all praises. On the other end, other sides of the game, we have seen one nail biter between the Philadelphians and Manhattan Yorkers coming down to the wire. But this doesn't get any better. You beauty minor league cricket, what do? You just give us these nerve cracking games time and time every year. Now, the team, the coach, everyone looking at Abhimanyu Lamba, the captain, as a knight in the shining armor. Played softly, dealt well, Hassan Mohsen.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go, build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Inicia uma pegada defensíssima pra ora, toda a neranga, tua chama.
Some words exchanged between the batters and the fielders. 4 wickets down. You surely will have audacity. After picking up 4 wickets, you will think the game's almost, we've got their half of their side back in the dugout, sitting in the sheds. And it has just been the assessment of the pitch for the batters after Ramiz Raja. The captain Abhimanyu Lamba has given the start of the dreams. Cannot get any better. You'd say 1 wicket needed for partnership breaking. He says, you know what? I'll pick another two. I'll walk 2 miles ahead, 2 miles extra for my team, and I'll show them how it's done. Leading from front, he's been the salient feature today in the match. Raj Singh, yes and a no. Shouldn't have been a run there. Now you look at the batting, whereas Raj and Hassan Mohsen, who's very new to the crease, who's still new, Raj hasn't faced much deliveries, so they are still testing. They are hesitant to play. It's their time, St. Louis Americans, to break into the game. What a game this has been. While we thought that Ramiz is batting and he can go all along, it was the captain who came in. Very first catch, then the wicket behind the stumps taken for Sadali. That was changer, and then Pranav Balaji. Just too good of a delivery for any batter. Just too good. Need to keep the pressure on. Shouldn't feel taking the 4 wickets. They are in the driver's seat. For sure, they are for now. Not long, where the Kingsmen, we've seen in games where the Kingsmen batters, they've got depth in their batting order. Very much capable to express, rotate the strike, and able to get those odd boundaries in an over. Now, when the Americans feel they are in the game, they should claw in. Not give any room, not give any inch. Just put the pressure on. Keep the pressure building. And it'll be the batter who will make a mistake, who will take a rash shot. It's not you who's supposed to try anything different. And now look at Elias getting a word of advice from Noman Anwar as well. Slow down, think it's the opposition who's under pressure at the moment. What a ball. What a brilliant ball from Muhammad Elias. Doesn't matter if you were a champion last year. The beauty of the game, the beauty of this league is that you'll have to do again. If you're able to do it last year, this league says to you, minor league cricket and the players, have you got it this year? But it takes character, it takes skill. This team had shown last year Chicago Kingsmen to go into finals, lift the trophy. This battle has been, in a way, end of fifth over. Will continue after this. 33 for 4.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
Just when you feel that the day has gone wrong, you gotta feel for Saad Ali and Pranav Balaji. Especially Pranav Balaji, because he's come in when Abhimanyu Lamba was on a hat trick. Beg your pardon, Pranay Balaji. Too much pressure to absorb. Flicked away. Looks like the keeper had overrun on that one and that had to redo, come back. You see him move slightly forward and then backward. Munir Kakar, the keeper. For Ramiz's wicket, you'd definitely say that he's played it wrong, but oh, that's feisty. He's got it and giving him some sweet chin music. Says it has hit him on the glove. Not exactly like a proper bouncer, but the element of surprise was there. That just sharply risen off the track. 99 needed for Chicago Kingsmen. Walks down, flicks it with authority, has no control over it. But first signs of aggression from Hassan Mohsen. In his third over, Captain Lamba, he'll be entrusted to take a wicket. Wouldn't matter if it's Hassan Mohsen or Raj Singh. Mohsin has been troubled lately by Abhimanyu, the bowler, the captain himself, and there has been an exchange trying to put the pressure on the fresh talent. Again, right in the stumps, sending him back. Looks like he was still back in the crease. And the cries for just trying a little sledge there. Hope they're not trying to get under his skin. And this is where the batting strength is shown as a team. Now, you did see when Hassan Mohsen was bowling that it was Hamad Azam as a captain who was coming in, patting his shoulder, giving a pat on his shoulder, saying what exactly needs to be done. Now, at this moment, when the team's in mayhem, 4 wickets gone, it's both the batters who need to communicate, know what the plan is. How would they want to regulate the innings? Yes, close call and a dive there from Hassan Mohsen. A good call to complete, but a risky one. He's not giving up the fight, Hassan Mohsen. Run taken. And gave everything. If he's able to stay there, that those dusty pads and his t-shirt will tell a story in a game where 4 wickets are down, where he could go and tell that I've helped my team walk across the line, winning the game. He's surely showing some resilience there, hanging in tight, the words being exchanged, trying to get under the skin of the batter. Whereas Raj Singh on the other end, he seems a bit lost. Play and a miss. Just inches away, might be millimeters away from the outside edge. That'll be the end of over.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
6 overs done. End of power play. 37 for 4. The St. Louis Americans were 57 for 2. And that's when Kananthan found his rhythm, when Ziaul Haq was spraying all across the wicket. He got started, got the power play, and then after 12 overs, you guys know the story, what happened and where the scoreboard, where the total was. Very different start, on contrary, in the power play for how it has been for St. Louis Americans. To you compare to Chicago Kingsmen, very strong in the pursuit of batting. Pushed it, gets one. How else would you take your pressure off? This is the question to the viewers who watching us. Probably, if not, get on with the strike, keep the scoreboard rotating. If the wickets have fallen, keep your mindset positive. It's harder than said, but the best you can do is to make sure that the scoreboard is ticking and that run rate does not spike up on you. That's one way to keep the wickets in hand as well. After losing 4 wickets, Kingsmen would have to reevaluate quickly and think that, you know what, let's take the game deep, because they haven't scored over 150 and the run rate is not a huge ask for us. Hesitant there, Raj Singh. He's been a bit hesitant making his shots. Sent up in top order, replacing Pranay Balaji. And the game they've played against the Kings 11 Dallas, who opened. Soft hands again. To the fielder, too quick. Can also be a lapse of concentration here from St. Louis Americans, because they may think that they've got 4 wickets and the game is in their bag. But still, I think Kingsmen, just because the run rates are not far of their reach, I'd say 1 or 2 wickets more. That's where you'll have the benefit. You'd want to get yourself in the game not leaving any room for the opposition to come back. Just want to push them out as much as you can from the game. Change of pace, bold shot into the wicket, slowed down, and Nasser Jamali had kept the fielder there for that shot, smartly rolling his fingers over it. Dot balls and pressure getting to Raj Singh, and it will not only impact him but will also impact Mohsin's batting too. Good bowling. Dot to end the over, just a run. 7 overs done, 38 for 4.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
A brief display on your screen about the batting scorecard so far. The story that tells us 20 overs for the St. Louis Americans, who put up 132 on board, and then it's been Abhimanyu, the captain of St. Louis Americans, picking up those wickets. He's been on a hat trick, completed the hat trick, and it'll be a change as well. Calling on the spin. It's Usman Rafiq, who's moved from Houston Hurricanes to St. Louis Americans. He's been wicketless this season, slightly on the expensive side in the last game St. Louis Americans played. This is the game to make the coach, the captain feel worthy trade and needed the most. Usman Rafiq, the season last year in 2024 has been excellent for him with Houston Hurricanes. Pulls quicker. And the wickets, this is what the wickets do in the slow game. Gets the pressure. And when the pressure is on you, at times the batters miss to understand that even after losing wickets, their objective, prime objective, is to make sure that the scoreboard is ticking. And this is how you do it with rotating your strike. 2 overs has been very dry. Past 2 overs have been very dry for Chicago Kingsmen in terms of the rotation of strike. 40 for 4. Tucked away and a good run. They need to keep that they need to keep doing that frequently to put pressure on the fielders. The game where someone falters, you take it to your advantage. That's how you build upon. Just like the wicket, that one quality ball, the the wicket after Ramiz, bowl to Sadali, and then wicket to Pranay Balaji. This is where They are St. Louis Americans. 4 wickets taken, all by Abhimanyu Lamba. Has done the heavy lifting from his side. Initially, when Ramiz was out batting and the boundaries he was able to fetch, run rate was once at 5.80 in the third over. End of 8 overs, 41 for 4, and the discussion will continue about the run rate that was in the third over 5.80, and now the run rate's gone over 6, hitting over the 7 mark, 7.5 as well, 7.67, looking to establish a partnership here. Abhimanyu and Team St. Louis Americans need a bowler who can penetrate through, can throw them off the balance for Chicago Kingsmen. The Americans and Kingsmen having the same points on the points table. The only thing that differentiates between the positioning of these two teams is the net run rate. Positive net run rate for Chicago Kingsmen helps them sit on number 4, and negative run rate for the St. Louis Americans gets them a spot on sixth position. They won against Kings 11 Dallas, where the scoring came in from Kananthan at 230. That has been his strike rate in the game against Kings 11 Dallas, an experienced side. But then the bowling doing the part for the Americans. A look of surprise from Hassan Mohsen, thinking that would be called as a wide. And umpire has been lenient, trying to play across. He's been very flexible and lenient with the bowlers, because usually bowlers get no margin, even if they're slightly where that ball swaying over that white line. It's called as a wide, but the previous ball, the umpire being friendly with him, and so far good decision making as well. Officiating the game today, Srinivas Chira and Ajay Lal. Change of pace from Nasir Jamali. Still looking to find the answers imposed by the American bowlers. St. Lucia American. 3 dots, 3 in a row. Hassan Mohsen batting on 16 after facing 16 deliveries of 6. Raj Singh 11 of 18 balls. Batting to come for Kingsmen. It was Hamad Azam who was given out leg before. Tajinder Singh, who can definitely bat, and Sukhjinder can add some runs. Aryan Satish hasn't been exposed of his batting, but he's got a decent batting. 11 matches, 24 runs. Can do the job if needed, if getting the right support is what's been heard about Aryan Satish and his batting. No run. Let's see if this is going to be a maiden for the bowler, Nasir Jamal. Will be a run of the over of Nasir Jamali. 91 needed in 11 overs. That run rate shooting up to 8 runs and over. An over remains before drinks is called on. I'm assuming that the fielders have taken drinks now. We'll be back shortly. Back in the game. Usman Rafiq to continue. Cuts away. Fielder stationed at deep point. Usually, when the teams think that the game's not flowing on their terms, the game's not coming to them, they try to slow it down, even with the bowling side or the batting side. You've seen mostly in international cricket as well. Bowlers is playing mind games. Shouldn't have been a run there. Trying to change those stumps. Just 4-4-4 on your screen, all fours, with 44 and the fourth wicket lost. Just trying to change those pails on the wickets. Then a few mind games as well. Once saw a game between Afghanistan and Bangladesh, the T20 game in West Indies, when it was forecasted for rain. Goes straight, goes big, and it's going to be the sixth run from Raj Singh. It's been long. He says he's had enough and breaks free of the shackles. And we were talking about how the players, the bowlers, and the teams try to slow it down when the thing's not going to in accordance. At times played fine, nicely played, deliberately in the gap, away from the wicket keeper that will trickle into the boundary. Something's changed after that drinks break. And look at that, positioned his bat well. Munir Kakar moving to his left, and Raj Singh just placing his bat fine, guiding it to the boundary. 10 runs coming off 2 balls. How, how the players change the bails on the wickets. Much better approach from the batting side of Chicago Kingsmen. Quite positive after that drinks break. End of 11 overs, 57. Beg your pardon. 10 overs done, 56 for 4. Looks like it's going to be another drinks break for the players of St. Louis Americans. Well, we had a brief pause and we'll be back when the action continues.
Examining their history on this, they have split the tosses so far, 4 of the 8. Usually, they also like to come out to bat first. When chasing this season, 1 win and 3 losses. They successfully chased down 138 against San Ramon. They have failed to chase 150, 161, and 177. They'll be looking to keep this one manageable as they take on this East Bay side for the second time. And it'll be the openers at the center here. Hezbollah Durrani, the youngster, and Sujit Gowda, the veteran and all-time leading scorer in MILC. He finally got himself into second gear yesterday after a bit of a disappointing first weekend by posting 70 runs in the first match between the Blazers and the Strikers. Lashings, rather. Taking the ball to start this time around, and we had to take a really good, careful look at it because we got faked out in game number 1 this morning. It does actually this time appear to be Akmal Hajizada with the ball in hand, as it says on the scorecard. He will start off. And it's going to be Sujit Gowda on strike to get us underway here in game 2 of our doubleheader, game 3 of a 4-game weekend here in Morgan Hill. Only other action in the West going on up at Tollgate Farms in Seattle. San Ramon Grizzlies just underway in their matchup, first of 2. Around the wicket, he's got figures of 4 for 26 from morning contest. Against the Strikers, over to Sujit Gowda. The offside, good start but by Hajizada. He was one of the rare bowlers who got a fair bit of lift from the far end. Left arm pace and control with a little bit of lift to go with that. He's got 9 wickets in his T20 career so far, averaging a little over 30, the Tommy of 8.6. Arguably plays better than the stats indicate.
Welcome back after drinks break. 10 overs halfway. We mark after the second innings. 10 overs remain, 77 needed. Driven nicely, but there's a fielder there. It'll be Ujjwal Venakota who will be introduced into bowling. Has picked up 27 wickets in his 31 matches. Slightly higher on the economy. Change of pace, back at the length. Munir skips that. Oh, he gets it, just limps. The ball hits him. Discomfort there. Probably got his moves a little. Surprised by the bounce again. Oh, directed. That's very close, and he says it's gone. Hassan Mohsen. Oh, this was needed. Look at that. That replay will tell you the story. Quality bowling. Bullseye. Gets on the stump, and he's gone. Hassan Mohsen from one end. Raj Singh says, "What has happened?" Fielders running across. It's an uproar in the field here from the fielders of St. Louis Americans. Chicago Kingsmen finding it tough. 5 wickets gone. And it's Hassan Mohsen who tried staying in the middle, who is trying to fight. A long walk for him. 21 balls faced, 9 runs scored. And it'll be Tajinder Singh who will be walking in after that wicket falling.
ओ मैं समझ अच्छा अच्छा मैं समझा अच्छा मैं समझा ठीक तो तेरे को समझ में आ जाए तेरे को इंडिकेशन आ जाए गॉड
What a surprise here. What a surprise where there was the wickets had halted from one end. The singles were coming in easily after that one over that was bowled. We've seen a 6 and a 4 scored by Raj Singh. Suddenly, the momentum shifted back again in the favor of St. Louis Americans. You wouldn't have expected that the wicket coming off run out. This is what fielding with precision gets you. And it was Hamad Azam. And it'll be a 4 for Raj Singh after a wicket. Played that, carving away over the head of the fielder. Gets in. And as it says on the scorecard, Hamad Azam still not out. Will give company to Raj Singh. It was Tajinder Singh who was leg before wicket for Abhimanyu on his hat trick. Is updated on the scorecard. 73 runs needed. A 4 coming off from Ujjwal Venakota. Add that to the tally. 5 runs. And the extra energy you put in the field when nothing gets going, when you have your fielders giving you those opportunities. Cut away. And he's hit that firmly. end of 11th over, 62 for 5. I'll wait for the confirmation. Should be Saif Badr. And yes, he is bowling. His bowling history says something different, that he usually bowls right arm medium, but shifting to leg spin. Probably one of those players, based on the need, where and when needed, can mold himself. It's a sharp delivery from Saif. Played 30 balls, scored 28 runs, Raj Singh. Game of patience, but not too far. The run rate is keeping away. Require 8.40 an over, close to 9 runs, 70 needed. 2 balls remain before this over is called off. Suddenly, from no losses in League 2024 to first loss, and then looks out to be that if nothing done, this will be the second loss of the League 2025. A misfield, but still will get one.
Right on the side.
12 overs done, 65 for 5.
हेलमेट ले लो जो भाई
St. Louis Americans finishing third in 2024. The points table had 11 points. The win percentage was 71%. Cleaned up, sent the stump for a walk. Ujwal Venakota, nothing better for a fast bowler than uprooting that stump. Wrong line, played it rashly. Raj Singh was very desperate, and a complete wrong shot from him after facing 34 balls, scored 30 runs. Looks like Chicago Kingsmen in deep trouble here. Last time when these two teams met, one of the games was abandoned due to rain, and then one of the games was won by Chicago Kingsmen by 32 runs. I'm sure St. Louis Americans have been waiting for this day to put them in the spot and get a victory over them. And this man on your screen, Abhimanyu Lamba, 4 wickets with a hat trick, changed the belief. He made the team think that the task on their hand is achievable. Has been glided to the third man, Aryan Satish. 8.74 required. Now, when you put on your cricket pundit hat for the viewers, you think that if Chicago Kingsmen had wickets in their hand, this would have been a different game for them. Now that the Americans have picked up few wickets, more than half of their side, 6 wickets, there's some sort of hesitation. There's something heard by the keeper, the bowler, nothing from the umpire. That's sent firmly. That's slapped away in the gap. 4 runs. And the keeper says that's too wide to make him play. And a crispy shot from Hamad Azam. Still needs 63. His tall. Definitely height's going to be an issue. Also, that are stuck on his thigh pad. 5 runs with a wicket for Ujwal in this over. This will bring an inch closer to the game for the Americans is the wicket of the captain of Chicago Kingsmen. Getting him, they are right at the door before they enter the home of victory. Again, wide shot, and that's sent in the same direction, same result. He hasn't learned his lesson from the one sent to the boundary. You can bowl him all day long and he'll play you all day long, Hamad Azam. 13 overs done, 74 for 6. Saif Badr. He will continue his second over. They've given him a slip, the captain standing. And if it was Saif Badr and the captain, if he would have told him, that would be, we've got nothing to lose here, Saif. Try to loop the ball, try to give the flight as much as you can. And Aryan Satish doing the right thing, bringing Hamad Azam back on the strike. One wrong shot, one misjudgment is going to be a wicket, is going to cost the Kingsmen, not St. Louis Americans. There's nothing to test because at this time, with Aryan Satish on the other end and Hamad Azam, it's Hamad's wicket that you would want to get. There's cries and appeal. Munir holds on. That's way wide. Keeper's done well. An excellent job here from Munir Kakar. To read that, that would have been four wides, giving them extra 5 runs here. A terrible ball bowled by Saif Badr, and he immediately apologized for it. Well, I think there's something that brushed on from the batter. It's called as a dot. Apologize. It was a dot ball, not a wide. And there's that bite from the surface. The bowler is able to get this turn. And it hasn't been an easy day from a very strong batting side that we've spoken about displaying the skill set of batting. Reverse sweep. Wasn't a sweep though. He was still standing, waited for the ball. And he's done well to contain the ball inside the rope. Still standing there. You'd call it as a sweep. End of the over. 3 runs taken out of the last ball. Look at the way he plays. Saif, he's pulls a half tracker. Stands there, moves across Aryan Satish. "14 overs done, 79 on the fall of 6 wickets. 9 needed, 54 runs off 6 overs. 16 overs and they were 100 runs, St. Louis Americans. Push and a run. Elias back in the attack, having 2 overs in the play to be bowled. And it is beneficial for the St. Louis Americans as long as Aryan Satish is there on the crease because Hamad Azam has got the ability to connect the ball and clear the fence easily. But whereas for Aryan Satish, they can still try and get him out. And as long as he's there on the batting side, on the batting end, there's there's an opportunity for you to get the wicket, and then that would put some pressure on Hamad Azam as well. He's connected that one to be a run. In need of boundary, in desperate need of boundary here, Chicago Kingsmen.
कोई नहीं खेलेगा उधर, इस पेस पे थोड़ी खेलेगा वो, वहां से एक भी नहीं बचनी है, इधर कम से कम 2 पॉइंट रख ले।
Movement there off the surface. You could see that little shape going to the wicket keeper before he collected. Ones and twos are not going to hurt the St. Louis Americans from here. It's the boundary that the Kingsmen need from this point to get that run rate down, to pull it back. And having Aryan Satish have he hasn't got the experience, but Hamad Azam has. He's played different leagues, different matches, different tournaments around. And a full toss could have played anywhere, and the fielder late to react from third man. They've got a sweeper who was able to cut it out.
डॉट बॉल से भी प्रेशर बिल्ड होते हैं, शाबाश माइंड क्लियर रखना भाई।
Exactly 50 runs needed. And a bounce and collect from Munir. He's taken it well. Good glove work. He's been decent all day long. It does look like the batter's hurt. Gotta see on the replay. Not sure if the batter got hurt on his head or hand. End of 15, 84 for 6. Required 9.80 and over. 48 runs. And this win for St. Louis Americans will be an emphatic one, especially with that hat trick, the captain performing. Gives the exact start what is needed to the team when needed the most. Full toss has played that in the gap. Fielders done well. Good work there in the deep. 2 runs, and you can see the disappointment on the face of Hamad Azam. Azam not able to middle the ball. Goes down on one knee. Playing that sweep. And the control has been well, especially after those 4 wickets from the captain, Abhimanyu Lamba, who picked up Tajinder Singh, Ramiz Raja, Saad Ali. Game has been brutal today for Chicago Kingsmen. Getting a hat trick against the side is not easy, but just shows the quality of the skipper of St. Louis Americans. Comes down the track and shimmies Munir Kakar, showing his moves. And he gets the stump. Just look at him on the replay. He's just moving across. Sam Badr on the other side. Both of them celebrating before stumping him out. Oh dear. There was some fun for Munir Kakar and Saif Badr to celebrate. I wonder if Aryan Satish, instead of wondering, would have come back into the crease, and the umpire calling him not to be out. Would have been a hilarious way for the minor league cricket to cut the poster out and get him on the Instagram, because this league never fails you to recognize the efforts. We've seen the amount of effort that's been put in via social media posts or any advertisement. This has been one of the names for the league. Has been so prominent for players who work on so much, and has been a pathway to Major League Cricket too. For an example, Stephen Wigg being selected this year for Texas Super Kings. Then Saif Badr himself, who plays for LA Knight Riders. Then from Kingsmen, Ahmad Azam on your screen. Played for different franchises. Ziaul Haq for Texas Super Kings as well. Gets on Sukhjinder Singh. Right to Saif Badr, and one more wicket goes down. He's just been a guest for one ball. And Sukhjinder Singh rightly depositing in the lap of Saif Badr, who makes no mistake collecting that one. There you go. He goes, and right, nowhere left, exactly into Saif Badr's pouch. 8 wickets, 88 for 8.
Fuck, I missed him. I missed him. Fuck, I missed him.
End of 16 overs, 88 for 8, 2 wickets in Saif Badr's over. Required 11.25. The turning point here was the 4 wickets taken by the captain of St. Louis Americans, irrespective of how mentally strong you are as a side. But that is something that you wouldn't expect, that adversity to come and fall on you. 4 wickets that he's taken, especially that hat trick, getting 3 wickets and 3 balls. I'm sure that even the batters weren't ready, padded up, thinking that it's going to be this early for them to come and bat on. And for me, the difference which can go underlying would be the ability of rotating the strike after 4 wickets. the Chicago Kingsmen were down, the failure to rotate the strike when Hassan Mohsen and Raj Singh were on strike. Yes, they did lose 4 wickets, but would that change the notion of the game because they were still closely reaching that 6.5 and over mark? So 4 wickets, I wouldn't think that okay, he's bowled quality balls, he's taken wickets. What can we do to elevate? What can we do to damage control? There was one more over from Abhimanyu, the captain of St. Louis Americans, they would have had to deal with. And then from there on, just put the ball in the gap. 42 runs needed, 11.45. I've seen games coming down when it's thought as impossible, games turning out to be very much possible for the batters in a complete different zone. That fighting spirit when they not give up, and 1 run. But also, when the wickets are lost, it's your inability to open up and express when you squirm yourself, when you cluster your mind thinking about the outcome. And the 2 wickets with Pranay Balaji and Saad Ali has to be the best of the day, especially that Yorker to Pranay Balaji. But more than that, I think the effort and the pace, the precision, what took from Abhimanyu Lamba to get rid of Saad Ali was something more important. And it's not going to be fancy if you look at that wicket, but for anyone who's the expert or someone who finds that distinction in the game would say that this is the wicket where he bowled exactly, and the batter didn't know what to exactly do, where there's that hesitation in mind whether to leave it or go, or if you're on the back foot or front foot. 17 overs done. I beg your pardon, looks like a ball remains. Connected, and that's been swatted away with a disgrace for the bowler, falling it falling 10-12 yards back. Gets 6 runs from the deep mid-wicket region. 99 for 8 wickets, 17 overs done, 34 needed. Look at that. In the arc, moves a little, Ziaul Haq, and there it goes. Long and high. 34 runs needed of 3 overs. This looks like the game's getting me as well. So much interested in the game. Was reading it. 3 overs, 18 balls that remain, 34 required. And that's 6 from Ziaul Haq. I would say we are still fighting till the very end. And there's 100 after 17 overs for Chicago Kingsmen. 33 required. In need of 33 runs. Play NMS by Ziaullah, and Munir says, there it goes, pointing towards Saif Badr. It's a character, Munir Kakar. One of the games, 2023, is been a part of the winning side at the very last ball game that is gone in the Prairie View complex for St. Louis Americans. Scoring last ball boundary, Munir Kakar for St. Louis Americans, 2023. Sweeps. Has he swept that well? Yes, he has. Even the diving, heroic effort from the fielder cannot save that from to be a boundary. In the slot there, too full for Hamad Azam to pick. And he goes diving. Still cannot dish the ball out. 28 needed. Now, if you break the game down from here for Chicago Kingsmen, it's 12 needed in every over. So even if they're able to get 2 runs a ball, 27 of 2.1, 12.46. In need of boundary, loses his balance. This fielder, deep square leg, not happy Ziaullah. And there's balls flying everywhere, hitting. We've seen ball hit Ramiz Raja today, and now Hamad Azam. He's batting on 22 of 16. 26 runs needed of 2 overs. It's still not over yet. Maybe this game has a different story to tell our viewers. What a heartbreak this is going to be if it's not St. Louis Americans and for their fans, especially after having this quality and effective bowling performance. And you think that it's Ziaullah and Hamad Azam coming and belting few sixes. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Over remains of Abhimanyu Lamba, and it has been his day today. And who would you call in crisis if not your captain, who's been explicitly phenomenal today? Gets the top edge. That's gone. That's gone for the first boundary here. This league has a habit to keep you on your toes till the very end. You do not know who the winner is. Ziaullah gets the boundary of the first ball, keeping the hopes alive for Chicago Kingsmen. If you're watching this match, do not go anywhere leaving your screens. You never know what's going to happen if there's any more twists and turns in the story here for St. Louis Americans. If Chicago Kingsmen have decided to spoil their party, looks like will be called as a wide. Will await the decision, and there's much more frustration. Ziaullah, tall man, if that's gone above, look at that, way too high. And Abhimanyu Lamba a little discomforted with the pull in his scarf. We'll have to bowl that one again. Free runs, they'll take whatever is coming their way. Extra runs, and with that, the pressure comes down a little for them. One ball, and they've got 6 runs. Looks like he's pulled a muscle here. Abhimanyu Lamba. What a game this is turning out to be. Firstly, it was Chicago Kingsmen who picked up wickets, and it was Kananthan from the squad of St. Louis Americans. His muscle pulling. It's going to be a short break while the concentration of Kingsmen. I hope there's no lapse for them. They might be thinking, only when we were thinking that the game's coming our way. Look at him. First ball he was bowling, and then limping. On the very first ball he bowled to Ziaul Haq, was limping, and then now on the second ball, just tries to soothe it. Put a look on the points table from the Central Division. Ansh Boje from Metroplex Tracers is leading with 228 points, scored 164 runs. And then Mithansh Nityananda from Chicago Tigers. Then Smith Patel from Dallas Exforia Giants, 157 for Mithansh. Smith Patel, 154. Sami Sohail from Tigers, 142. Arya Kananthan in top 5 from St. Louis Americans, scoring 133 runs in total. Has one of the best strike rates, Arya Kananthan, having 192 of top 5. And almost in the 6 hitting as well. He is the second highest with 8 sixes scored. And the first one is Sami Sohail from Chicago Tigers, 9 sixes. He's managed to score. And then on the 6th position, Ramiz Raja from Chicago Kingsmen. So let's put in a glance at the bowling records as well for the Central Division. Abhimanyu Lamba, this very innings, picking up 4 wickets, pushing him to the tally in total 7 wickets. Number 1 with the effort he's made today. Karthik Gattepalli from Chicago Tigers picked up 7 wickets, made it difficult to his oppositions in the last game, but not winning. Nostosh Kenjige, 7 wickets. It's a tie on 7 wickets. What makes a difference is the economy. Gives Abhimanyu Lamba the top berth. Rannath Karni from Lone Star Athletics. He's been great against the Chicago Tigers. Karthik Gattepalli picking 2 wickets against Lone Star Athletics, and Aryan Satish from Chicago Kingsmen in the 5th position for 5 wickets. Game to resume, and Abhimanyu Lamba to continue. Only one ball bowled, 6 runs scored. He's gone. He's gone. Latched onto that one. Where is it going? Half a dozen. Ziaul Haq gets his savior blade out and gets 6 runs. Oh, well, well. How well has he connected that? A sigh of relief, long sigh of relief, moving across in that very direction he sent it the second time. Not long, not high as much as the first six that he scored. Near the batting side 10. 2 balls, 12 runs, 14 needed. Only when the team St. Louis Americans was thinking that they've got the better of Kingsmen, Ziaula comes out in a flash, scores 2 sixes, gets that run rate down, 13 runs needed. 9 balls remain. Hamad Azam, this time there's a fielder there, drops the chance. Has he dropped the match? Has he dropped the match? There was a dive, yes and a no. Sends Hamad back. Is this the game that Chicago Kingsmen will be coming? He gets his hands almost in the center of his palm, not having the right balance. Better in the line, a dot ball. This is what they need. Dot balls to put the pressure on. 12 runs needed. If there's a boundary here coming at the very final ball, the pressure is going to go to the opposition, the bowling side. The bowling has been top notch until this over from Abhimanyu Lamba. Gone straight up. There's a fielder chasing it, circling around. He's picked up a beautiful catch in a situation like this. He keeps his cool and sends Ziaul Haq, who's turning out to be dangerous. Runs across and takes a catch. It was hard to judge. One hander, and you can see smiles, grins from the fielders of St. Louis Americans. 12 runs needed, and Abhimanyu Lamba ends his bowling spell with a wicket. Sure, he has been a little expensive in the final over he has come to bowl. It's been a little problematic with his scarf. And that'll be 5 wickets for Abhimanyu Lamba. Take a bow to the performance. 4 overs, 24 balls, 25 runs. Has been only expensive in the last over. While he walks away as well, you can see this discomfort and he's not comfortable walking. It's been a problem with his landing foot, but a rigid task to achieve. And you see 9 wickets down for Chicago Kingsmen. Half of the side legged by Abhimanyu Lamba. He's cleaned them up. Abhimanyu Lamba showing the way back to dugout to the batters of Chicago Kingsmen. It's his performance today that has brought this team back in the game, alive and kicking for St. Louis Americans. 12 runs required. Last over and a wicket remaining. What can it be? Would the game be throwing us with a super over? Playing with our gentle hearts, just giving us a super over in this game? Or is it going to be a definite winner here? I'll tell you this one of the teams who win is going to be over the moon, so joyful. On the other hand, so close yet so far for the team losing. For Chicago Kingsmen, you would have thought the story might have come to an end. They might lose this game by at least 20-25 runs, but Ziaullah comes in little later, shows a little cameo of sixes and fours. Take on. First one. Where has that gone? To the fielder? No, it hasn't. It's gone for 6 runs. And annoyed Munir Kakar says, where is that? There's dispatched and dislodged. 6 runs. That's the way to start the over. The captain of the team, Hamad Azam, playing a knock. He has been persistent. He's kept doing what was required at the right time. Rotated the strike, gave it back to Ziaul Haq, played his part, now starts the over with a boundary. Nasser Jamali, pressure right away on the opposition, on the bowling unit here. What a nerve-wracking match this has been, even for the audience. Slow one, cries. There's appeal from Munir behind the stumps. 5 balls remain. 4 balls remain, 6 required. What a way when you are showing the very first shot in the final over as a 6 that gets the bowler on the back foot. That's where you are a little unsettled and you are gathering your thoughts again. Oh, what's happened exactly here? And then you need to reevaluate. Hamad Azam, has he got it? There's a fielder. And will be a run. This is going to be a very, very close match. They've only got a wicket remaining. We have to be very mindful. Those of us who are watching and the Kingsmen who are batting too, that they've got only wicket remaining. And for the St. Louis Americans, they've got only a wicket to take. One quality ball from Nasser Jamali, and the game's over for Kingsmen. This is going to be the second defeat for the former champions of 2024, from 0 defeats to the second one. The first one coming against Kings 11 Dallas, a team that does not take defeat well. They're very vengeful of that defeat, looking to come across Kings 11 Dallas one more time to repay what's gifted to them. 3 balls, 5 runs. A lot of people gluing their eyes on their screens right now, fingers going cross, prayers chanted for their favorite teams here, either it's St. Louis Americans or the Chicago Kingsmen. 3 balls remain. Here comes Jamali. Wide one. Yes, no, confusion there. And the umpire calls it as a wide, an extra one. What exactly is that? A right decision. Has bowled it a bit too wide. Munir unhappy, and everyone was circling around thinking that it's going to be a run out here. It's Ghulam Mudassir. That extra run not only gives them that, but also an extra ball from Nasser Jamali. Umpire asks the player to hold their cool, and if they want to win, gotta keep Ghulam Mudassir at least on strike here. Soft hands, plays it right away to Munir Kakar, and single taken. And there's confusion. There's some disruption in the very collected unit, as we have seen all day in the final over. They're spiraling out. 3 runs needed, 2 balls. Everyone who's watching, their hearts pounding, sitting in front of their screens, spectators on the ground, just waiting for the outcome. What is it going to be? If you're faint hearted, make sure you're holding on to your chairs, your sofas tight. 3 runs needed of 2 balls. Hamad Azam. He slashed it. It's going. It's going. And with that, the hearts sink for St. Louis Americans. It's been the game. Hamad Azam, who stood there as a tall, proud captain, takes Chicago Kingsmen over the line. They are winning. And it's going to be a resilient, persistent win for them. He's been so persistent with the play. He's been so resilient. The shots he's made, he made it so simple, yet it was not. It was pressure all over. Batters, wicket stumbling, one wicket that remained. It was him and Ghulam Mudassir. One move pulled by Ghulam Mudassir, correct, was to bring the skipper back onto the strike and give it, and it is Chicago Kingsmen. If you look at the match, it'll be one of the humdingers for you to revisit again. 6 and 6 extras, both the teams going against one another. It has been a tug of war for St. Louis Americans and Chicago Kingsmen. Chicago Kingsmen winning by a wicket. It's been a great knock by Kanantan in the first innings, half century, and then what a bowling performance from Abhimanyu Lamba. You cannot write him off because he's picked up 5 wickets in 4 overs, just given 25 runs, and then Hamad Azam, you'll have to give the Dark Knight the credit here, Ziaul Haq, because his sixes has put the life in the game, and you can see the team who's so happy, so proud of this team. Chicago Kingsmen winning this by a wicket. This is it. We will bid you a goodbye. What a game this has been. Thank you everyone for joining us. And the Minor League Cricket 2025 is going to get you more surprises. Thank you for joining us.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.